think I got everything. I was ready to go, and then I realized, like, oh shit, I gotta wash my cup out. Okay. Okay. Hi. Hello, everyone. Happy Choomsday. It's a new week. It means we got a lot to do. I hope you're all having a good week. I hope you all had a very good weekend. Whether it was a long one, a normal one. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I hope you got some good rest, and I hope the week has been off to a good start. Hello, Standing. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Welcome in. Hello, Leckers. And hello, Von Watchers. Happy Lunar New Year. Yeah, apparently it is just like a incredible convergence of events. It is the Lunar New Year. It is Fat Tuesday, which admittedly I don't know what Fat Tuesday is. There was a solar eclipse down in Antarctica, and the start of Ramadan. Damn. Truly, it is a heavenly day. Is a Lunar New Year starting with an eclipse a good omen or a bad omen? I feel like it could be read either way. Though I will say, a Ring of Fire eclipse on the year of the Fire Horse. I don't know. That sounds like things are lining up in a positive manner. So let's say it's a good omen. I'd like to believe it's a good omen. Just a little heads up. I realized as I was getting ready for the stream today, there was a, yeah, let's go with that. Let's be optimistic, shall we? So we had a drawing that we were working on, and I might have forgotten about it. So help me remember, once we finish the one that we're starting tonight, we have a work in progress that we need to circle back around to, okay? Because I want to finish it. I just, while I was, you know, as we were wrapping up the opera one, there was some other stuff that I'm like, ooh, I want to do artwork of that. So that kind of like got on the to-do list, and then I forgot. Because I am very well organized, as you all know. Weird smell there for a second. Anyway, goodness. How was everyone's weekend? How are y'all doing? Well, I don't know. My weekend was a very mixed bag, as you guys may remember from Saturday. Thankfully, I did get the car back. They tightened up the radiator hose, and I took it by the mechanic this morning. Or not the mechanic, I took it by the dealer service. Because, you know, they had everything to run a diagnostic, so I had to pay for that, which sucked. But they came back, they said they did a pressure test, it held steady for like 20 minutes, and it's like, okay, no, it looks good now. I was like, okay, cool. So I'm gonna keep an eye on it for a while and make sure there's any signs of like leakage or anything, but should be in the clear, at least in that regard. It's an older car at this point, so it doesn't really surprise me that, you know, I'm at a point where it's like, yeah, I gotta take care of stuff. But she's doing well. She's doing well, and she's carried me a long way, so I can't complain about that. You gotta take care of the things that take care of you, you know? So yeah, that little episode seems to be over and done with, thankfully. I played a little bit of Star Citizen, just a little bit. I wanted to try out some of the new missions that they introduced. So the event is still going on. I was able to finish that up. But the big thing that they added was, what's the word? Some introductory mining and salvage missions. So both have been in the game for a fair while now. Salvage is starting to get some improvements to the gameplay, getting it towards the a more complete version of it. But there haven't been missions for it. The only thing that was on the mission board for salvage was you could purchase a claim, right? That there had been some scrapped ship that had been located and you could purchase the rights to it, and the game would just tell you where the ship is located and you could fly there and pull it apart. So it's not really a it's not a mission, it's just you pay a little bit of money to bypass the hunt process. So they added a couple of missions for each, and the missions are okay. I think the mining missions are basically one of the big interstellar mining concerns, saying, hey, we want you to go find these materials for us, right? Go collect all these hand mineable gems, or bring us like 4 tons of one of these 3 materials, right? It's pretty straightforward. It kind of feels more like a tutorial mission than like something that you would regularly do. We'll get into that in a second, but the other one, the salvage, is actually a little bit more interesting because the first mission is very straightforward. It's like, hey, go to this location. There's a ship there. Salvage it and bring us 1 unit, box crate of the salvage material. And then we'll pay you for it. It's like, okay, cool, whatever. Once you do that, there's a mission that's a lot like the mining stuff, where it's just like, yeah, bring us X amount of the RMC, recycled material composite, which is sort of the regular material that you just pull scraping the surface of salvage objects, be it ships or debris or anything. They won't shoot at you while you're doing that. No. Hopefully. So there is always a possibility that some random player is going to show up and decide that they want to mess your day, or they might try and commit more like legitimate piracy, like actual roleplay piracy of, hey, give us what's in your cargo hold and we'll let you go. Theoretically, NPCs could do that, but there's nothing really in the game built to do it yet. I have noticed a couple of times where hostile NPCs have spawned, but it seems often to be the case of like, I am passing by a location that someone has started a bounty hunting mission. And so it has spawned the NPCs for that player to engage the bounty hunting mission, and I just happen to be seeing them. They're not like just naturally there, if that makes sense. So yeah, generally more chill than that. And during both of these missions, no, nothing happened. Though the introductory mining mission has you go to a location, find a cave, and then go into the cave and harvest some materials. So I was buzzing around trying to find the cave, not having much success, but I found just some hand minables on the surface, like a little deposit of laranite. Not laranite, aphrite. I'm like, oh, okay, well, might as well grab some of that while I see it. So I sat down, I grab my mining tool, and I go out, and I'm just kind of harvesting, I'm just doing my thing. And I hear like the distant sort of guttural yipping of a copian. The hound creatures, the very aggressive, very mean hound creatures. And, I'm kind of like, okay, I think this is going to be the last one. So I harvest one more, and I see a couple of like copian just sort of roaming around little ways away from me. Like they haven't seemed to have noticed me, but they have gotten closer. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to get back to my ship now before that changes. There's always a little bit of danger while you're out in the wild. You never assume that you are completely safe. I did take a gun along just because it was like, yeah, there could be copian. And I don't want to be caught with no way to defend myself. So yeah, one of the salvage missions is very basic. It's just like, get us material composite and we'll pay you for it. The other one is a little bit more interesting because it's like, hey, we want 2 power plants and 2 shield generators of these sizes. Or we want 2 coolers of these sizes. We want various components. This facility, this site, whatever, is working on something and they need components. So theoretically, there is no requirement on how you source those objects, right? So if it's like, yeah, we want 2 size 1 coolers, you could just go to a store and buy 2 size 1 coolers and then take them to the location and drop them off and make a profit. That is a thing that you can do. You're, eating into the reward by buying commodities to resell, but it is a way to do it if you decide you want to do it that way. But what's sort of more interesting to me about it is, there's nothing that says, hey Lakota, thank you for the 44-month resub. I really appreciate all the support. It is very kind of you. And I hope you're having a good Choomsday. Welcome in. How are you doing? What's interesting to me about those missions, though, is there is no telling what you're going to find when you go out to do salvage, right? So you could go and find just like an Avenger, simple little ship, nothing fancy, doesn't really even have any components to ship right now because they haven't fully set up engineering for the ship. Or you could find a Constellation, which is a much bigger ship with bigger components. Or you could find a C2, which is a really big ship with big components. There's nothing that says what you're going to get. It's fishing, right? So what's kind of interesting to me is I would not pick up any of those contracts right away. I would just be out doing my salvaging thing. And then I find components in the ships. I'll load them into my cargo bay and take them home. And then, I'll just have like my stockpile of salvaged junk. And I can go through the list and be like, oh, this person wants these components. I have those. And I can just grab them, load them into a ship, and take them where they need to go. So it's not so much like a thing that you would take the job, and then go try and do it. It's you get the stuff, and then you get the contract once you've met the requirements. So it's kind of interesting to me. It seems like a neat way to sort of add secondary incentive. Or, just like give you something to consider as you're going through salvaging the ships, before you completely disintegrate them into scrap metal. take the time to go through them and strip them for any parts, because those parts could be worth something. And that's kind of nice too. It feels more like tactile as opposed to right now salvaging kind of feels like reverse power wash simulator. That you're just going around with the scraping tool, just kind of scouring the entire surface until you're not collecting any more material, and then you disintegrate the superstructure. It's like, okay. But the actual like experience of going into the ship, pulling components and commodities out of it, and then doing the breakdown feels more total, feels more real, you know? So the one thing that is kind of interesting right now, it's a bit of a shortcoming. I'd say it's okay, but is gonna need to be sort of reevaluated as other systems come online. Right now, like a mining job, it's like, hey, bring us 4 SCU of this and we'll pay you this much. And it's like, okay, I can do that, but I can make more money just selling it at the trade market, right? I am selling this at a comparative loss to complete the mission. And the reason for that is that, under the completed system, you would be working with this company. As you complete contracts for them, you build reputation, which unlocks access to better contracts, better rewards, and exclusive rewards. So you might be able to get your hands on components or blueprints for stuff, or access to ship skins and special equipment that you wouldn't otherwise be able to get at. So, it would be worth it to some degree to like just sort of take the hit in credits, because you'll get stuff that you can use for better mining or salvaging or industrial operations in the future. But that part is not in the game yet. So right now, it's just kind of a profit loss. I don't know. It's one of those weird things of like, kind of have to remind yourself that you are playing a game in development. And it's like, yeah, we're not necessarily doing this for like the best money. We're doing it to test out how it works. Later, we will get to see the actual pros and cons of doing things in different ways. And I think sort of the expectation is, it's like, yeah, the reputation grind is not gonna like keep you engaged forever, right? There's gonna be a point where you just fill out that progress bar and you've gotten all the rewards. And at this point, you're like an S grade miner. So now you engage in mining with or for an organization, or to trade to other players into organizations. Like I feel like to some degree the reputation system is kind of like a long form tutorial, right? That gives you rewards. It's very much watching the sausage get made, and it can be pretty gross at times, but it is fascinating. So yeah, I tried a little bit of that. Interesting first induction of the missions. We'll see how they develop them over time. The other really, so I finally played some Deadlock yesterday. I jumped in with a buddy and we played a couple of bot games and we played a couple of flesh bag games. That game rules. That game is super fun. It's a little sweaty. It's a little sweaty. But compared to something like Dota or League of Legends, it is, in my opinion, much easier to pick up. It has a lot of similarities, right? Each side has a home base with lanes connecting the three bases, or the two bases. There's 3 lanes and sort of an open map in between. There's, little creep monsters that run down the lanes, and you have to farm the creeps to collect money, buy items that augment your character. And then, you have abilities that you improve over time. So all of that is very MOBA-like. But then you layer in that it is a shooter instead of a top-down strategy game. So now you have to also be a halfway decent shooter. And it's like, oh gosh. But, I think people have started to recognize like there are different qualities of shooter in terms of like people's play styles. Not everyone wants to be like a super sweaty headshotter. Some people just want to be able to point and click. So there are different characters with different strengths, and some of them rely more on their abilities and some rely more on shooting. And the items themselves, in my opinion, are much easier to understand than MOBA items. Like, it does a much better job of saying, if you buy this thing, it's gonna help you out in these ways. And it also has like recommended, so like, okay, you buy this item, it will decrease the cooldown or augment the strength of one of your abilities, and you can choose which ability you want to apply it to. The game recommends you apply it to this one because that will sort of go the farthest towards the objective that you are trying to set in your build. The other really cool thing is outside of the game, you can run around and do a bunch of practice and theory crafting and build crafting and whatnot. And, you can go to the shop and it'll show you all the items that you can buy, categorized by which of your 3 stats it augments. Sort of what the general purpose of the items is. So that's fine. And then the top tab is your recommended one of like, you should buy these items because it will help you in these ways. It'll buff you, it'll buff your stats, it'll buff your movement, it'll buff your abilities, whatever. But then you can make new recommendeds, right? You can say like, okay, well, I'm playing this character. I want to go max support. I want to be able to just stand there, shrug off enemy debilitations, and keep my team alive. That is the only thing that I'm concerned about. I'm not going to be trying to shoot anybody. I'm not going to be trying to get any kills. I just want to run support. And so then you can put together a build plan of, I want to get this item and this item and this item and this item. And then you can save that build plan, that recommended, and take it into games. You can also export it and share it on Steam. So, if I'm playing Page and I want to go a max support build Page, I can go on Steam and see what other players have been theory crafting and go, browse their recommended builds and go, oh, that's a really smart one, and download it and take it into my next game. So I don't know. I feel like economy and build strategy are like the most complex big brain parts of MOBAs, and they've done a really good job making that more approachable. So I played 4 games last night. 2 bot games and 2 people games. And won both of the bot games. Those were fine. Lost the first people game. Still had a good time with it. Was still like, okay, I'm starting to figure this out, even if we're struggling and losing. And then we won the second people game. So, all in all, I had a really good time with it. I really enjoyed it. I really want to play more. It was helpful that, I don't know, I definitely expected a lot of flaming and trash talking in the people games. There wasn't a lot of chatter, which I was a little surprised about, but it was welcome that people, you know, excuse me. Sorry, the old adage of if you're not going to say something nice, don't say anything. People seem to actually kind of be adhering to that, and I'm sure it was just, you know, it's a small enough sample size. I'm sure there is an infinite amount of sweat, right? If I play more games, I'm sure I'm going to run into plenty of trash talking, but at least, you know, the immediate experience was not awful. So I'll take that. Beyond that, I did take yesterday off. I called in sick because, you know, the whole weekend was just kind of so chaotic and more than enough that I was just like, I'm not gonna deal with this. I don't wanna deal with work. And, you know, a bunch of people had the day off anyway. It's just like, whatever. So yeah, I ended up taking yesterday off. I just kind of worked on some stuff around the house. I did some cooking. I did work on the model, so that is coming along pretty well. I'm happy with the progress. And the body is like mostly done. There's a couple of things that I want to double check, but I think most of the like redrawing and everything for that is good. What I did kind of realize is a lot of the changes that I have made are good in theory, but I haven't actually like tested them. I haven't looked at how they're gonna move and animate and all that. So before I spend any more time like redrawing stuff or making new stuff, there's a couple things I want to touch up. But I think before I go in and do like all of the outfit redraws and such, I'm gonna go ahead and get the Live 2D models set up and start sort of getting it built and structured and all that. Just to make sure that like, yeah, this is working the way that I think it's going to, and it does work. It does look good. Because it doesn't, you know, it would kind of suck to put a bunch more effort in just to kind of discover, oh, none of this is functional. I gotta throw half of it out, you know. So yeah, I think that's gonna be sort of the next part where we're gonna sort of take things a little bit out of order just to make sure that we're actually like doing things that make sense. But it'll be worth it. Yeah, that was kind of my weekend. It was a little crazy. It was a little crazy. But it was a good weekend, and having the extra day just to sort of relax and do stuff helped a lot. I think we should do this whole 3-day weekend thing more often. What if we did 3-day weekends like all the time? What if that was just, you know, like the normal? Personally, I'm for it. It just feels more balanced, you know? Okay, so how do you guys feel about doing some art? You want to do some art? I think we should do some art. I think we're obsessed with art. I think we are, and I certainly cannot speak too badly to that. Like I am a very like doing obsessed person. I'm very like I guess you could say fixated on getting stuff done. I like I don't like going through an entire day having not like done anything or worked on anything. Sometimes I allow myself, but I have to like allow myself, you know, I have to say like no, it's okay. It is not a default for me. Um but I don't know. I think there's still like a difference between working on something for yourself or for your own betterment or your own satisfaction and working a job. I mean, yeah, we gotta work jobs, but there's gotta be a balance to it, you know? Alright, so what is our plan tonight? So there's a couple of things that I want to test. Well, I say that. Yeah, we can test a couple of things and see what lands well. So there's a couple of poses that I think we can play around with. But we're gonna sort of start with the one that I had in mind originally. So we are giving this higher priority because we gotta have it done by the end of the month. We gotta have it ready by when is it gonna be? I think it's next Saturday. Yes. Because the person that we are doing it for recently made partner here on Twitch Dutch Television and is doing a long stream on the 28th to celebrate. So that's kind of the plan. Yes, I had this idea and I had one other idea, which is not so time sensitive. So that's kind of how things settled out, or shook out, I guess you might say. Like, okay, well, we have this thing, and we need to get done by the end of the month, so that takes priority. And then we can get back to working on the pages piece after that. And then we can work on the other thing once we finish that up. I think you're right though, standing. Like, I think there's two sort of big giveaways in the sort of societal fixation with work. Give me 1 second. I want to rearrange some of my reference pictures just to make it a bit easier to keep them all in frame. There we go. That'll do. So, one is, a lot of times you're like at a get together or something, meeting new people, you introduce yourself, and a lot of times you say, you introduce your name and what you do for work. Like, that is, for a lot of people, like the second most qualifying identifier after your name. Yeah, and that's number two, is asking small children what they want to be when they grow up. It's like, I'm 7. I don't know. And a lot of times, like, boys will say construction workers because, like, they see construction workers working with the big machinery and it's like, that's cool. I want to do that. It's like, you know what? Sure, kid. Oh, fuck, I forgot the timeline. It's okay, I'm probably gonna end up redoing a fair chunk of this. Okay, so this is pretty one-to-one with the drawing I adore. I saw it years ago. It's still like a beautiful piece of artwork, so it's very similar and posing to that. So we'll keep that on the side. Okay, let's just size it down. I want to try a bit of a variation on it, just to sort of see, like, get a couple different ideas going, right? And sort of see what lands the best. I think this might actually have... Get back! I have a stabby. And I know how to use it. Let me check something really quickly, because I feel like this might actually be appropriate. Maybe not. No, standing on my. Yeah, I wouldn't call it particularly accurate, though. It's a little bit hard to know exactly what. Oh, okay. So I'm just browsing like poses or like proper Zweihander posture on Google. It seems like for actual Zweihanders, one of the common poses is more like that. So you have one hand on the pommel, and then one hand is actually up past the guard. There's like a blunt end or a blunt section of the blade past there, which is where the second hand goes to get greater leverage, I guess. Which is interesting, but we're not going to do that. It's going to be more like a bastard sword situation. Admittedly, I'm drawing a very long sword for a bastard sword, but it's fine. Okay. So, comparing the two, I kind of like the sort of general like flow of the new of number two a bit more than number one. What I like more about number one though is it has a better sense of being like in a moment where number two feels more planted. And it kind of feels like they could just sit there forever. Right? I think part of what I really like about the reference drawing is that sense of just like a captured instant. So, as much as I find number two interesting, I think I want to sort of give one more. I want to do a second pass on number one. We're gonna put this up here just as a point of reference because I don't hate it, right? I'm just like, no. So, for the sake of argument, we're gonna try one other pose. It's gonna be a bit of a departure. Admittedly, I'm doing this. I'm like, how do I do this? I, I I don't know where one of these arms goes. Hang on. Hang on. I need to try this pose. I need to figure out what I'm doing. Give me a second. Okay. Arm is up. Okay, so one of them is like level, and the other one is sort of wrapping around the torso. Cool. Yeah, I don't know. I wanted to, for the sake of argument, sort of put this pose down and see what it would look like. Admittedly, I'm doing it very roughly, so it's not the most flattering, but I think we're gonna try to keep to the original plan. Yeah, I want to do something more like epic film score tonight. It felt appropriate, as you say. Yeah, I don't know, like, maybe we could make it work. It would probably not be bad with some proper refinement, but okay, I say that. I say that. I want to test a couple more things. I want to try two more poses. And we'll try to figure out which one feels like it's sort of doing the best storytelling, yeah? So give me this one back. We're gonna sort of create a duplicate version of it, where instead of this sort of almost like baseball swing, we're gonna sort of take the level posing. A bit more like forward leaning than the previous attempt, right? Okay, and then we're going back to our first one. But instead of this sort of like backward hit, how would I want to do this? Okay, so shoulders are going to be up like this. This is getting a little too close to the pose from the previous drawing, so I'm not super on board with it, if only for that reason. But it would still work. Yeah. Flipping legs around, maybe that'll help. Okay, I do think that feels a little bit better. I think sort of uncrossing the legs does clarify the drawing, or clarify the pose in a nice way that wasn't hitting before. Um, so of these guys, we got 5. 4, 3, 2. Purposely throw a deadlock block in. What's going on now? Jesus. That's impressive. Hello, Mage. Happy Choomsday. I hope deadlock was going well, aside from getting stuck in bot hell. Hopefully it was educational, though. We are playing around with some poses for our next drawing. Start figuring out which one has the right storytelling, the right sense of motion, action. How are you doing? How's your week going? I didn't die in the air. I couldn't win with you defending. You're just two immortal beings locked in combat till the end of time. Oh no. Chat, are you feeling any of these in particular? Makes me think of the scene where Darth Maul versus Qui-Gon Obi-Wan. I have opinions about that fight, but no. No, I think that's kind of cool. I don't know. If it were up to me, I would probably go. I'd probably lean 1, 4, or 5. I think 1 could potentially work. I think I just need to figure out some stuff about it better. Left the base and went to solve the objectives. Couldn't you just quit the game? Real winners quit. Shit sucks, hit the bricks. Mage, that sunk cost fallacy, don't do it. Like 3? Okay. Or 5. Okay. See, I like the general sort of side profile of the shot. I was thinking about trying, like, what would one look like if we, like, rotated it? But, I don't know, I kind of like keeping it in this almost isometric view. Or I guess orthographic view. Well, we're doing an art piece for a streamer who's just got partner. Um, they recently got sort of like an outfit of some knight armor for their model, and I thought it would be nice to do something for it. I got a couple of different pose references. One of them is a piece that I've loved for a long time, so I was sort of thinking of replicating that, which is what number one is, but I'm not quite happy with like the general direction yet. So we were playing around with a few different ideas. Hmm. The Beatner sense. Um, they're generally pretty aggressive in their gaming. It's true. Okay, let me throw one more into the mix just because this does kind of work. It's not the most interesting, but it could be fun. Move. That's fair. More passive or defensive. Yeah, that's true. One is definitely a sense of like getting knocked backwards. Doesn't necessarily have the offense or the high ground, so to speak. It's definitely more sort of reactionary. Yeah, so that's apparently an actual like Zweihan, their posture. Or at least approximately one. Though it kind of feels like 6 would lead into 5. Like that's sort of the preparation before the charge. So yeah, if we're going for pure, if we're going for like a caught moment of action, Yeah, one is probably out, which is fine. I can still appreciate the original piece even if I'm not recreating it. Two is probably out. Um, I do kind of agree. I like three more than I think I like four. Well, it kind of makes sense because it's a heavier weapon. You can't really wait for the enemy to make the initiation. You need to control the space. You need to set the tempo because you're going to have a harder time responding to their tempo. Hmm. I think the main thing that's a little bit something about three doesn't feel quite right. It might just be a posing issue on my part. Hang on, let me try this out again. What is this hand doing? Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think it does make sense. That this leg is gonna be, or this arm is gonna be level. So that can hold there. So it's gonna be like that. Yeah, but we're exaggerating. And then this is gonna kind of come in like that. You're gonna sit like this. Okay, and then if we drop this shoulder down more. See, the thing I don't like is it's trending more and more towards a baseball swing. Let's see, if you're going that way. Yeah, see, it's just baseball at this point. That's not fun. That's not doing it for me. I killed it. It's dead now. Hey, T-Shill, we're starting out a drawing for somebody to celebrate their partner. Their getting partner. I don't really want to do a low pose or like a low sword. Not the vibe I'm going for. How are you doing, Tisha? How's your week going? See, I feel like the more I would try to correct this one, the more it's just going to turn into 5. And try one more thing just to see if we can get it kind of working. No, Borderlands books. Um, it's very similar to Fate, the game series. So I guess you would say like, I'm not sure what Century Knight, but like large sword, bastard sword. Okay, I'm gonna walk a lot of this back, and then we're gonna try one more pose. Yeah, let's just walk it back to there. And just sort of as a variation of this to see if we can get something I feel a little bit better about. Four. Yeah, but see, four and six kind of feel like what's gonna lead into 5, and 5 feels more interesting than either of those. Howdy, Sonic. How's your Tuesday going? Welcome in. I see that. It's working for me. Hope you're doing alright. Left hand's gonna be pommel. We might see a little bit more of this arm. Like that. I think this is gonna be more elevated just to sort of get the repair stuff. It did. I took my car by the tech today. And they were able to run a test on it and said everything's looking pretty good. So hopefully that at least is resolved. But I'm gonna keep an eye on it for a little while and make sure we don't see any more signs of trouble. It seems kind of interesting. I think we need to unbreak the spine a little bit, but it's at least kind of working. I might still go with 5. All of this said and done, I feel like 5 is sort of working the best. It's making the most sense, I think. Okay, let's try this. This whole hip situation is not working for me. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, see the problem with this is there's no through action with it. Potentially make one like this. I feel like it's just getting weirder. Like there's almost something here, but it's not quite engaging the way that I want it to. Let's get rid of that. That's certainly not helping. Yeah. I'm not. It's interesting, but I'm not really feeling it. That's a really long arm. There we go. Hmm. Yeah, I just feel like 5 is coming together the most naturally. I feel like everything else is just kind of struggling to find its footing. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and then okay, so I think this hand needs to be a little bit farther back. Because technically, like Saber carries her sword. Yeah, her sword is more of a bastard. Like it's anime large, but it's more of like a bastard sword in its composition and posture. But I think for this, it would make sense that the left hand is going to hold at the pommel, and then I think we'll straight of swing this arm a little bit forward, a little bit outward, to grip like this. And then the cross guard will be about here. Okay, yes. Then we're gonna do one more thing. Because I feel like in trying to sort of refine it and make sense of it, it's gotten very stiff. I like to do sort of a second pass of it, right? Let's sort of push the line of action. So we're not going to bend it like this. You don't want to push the line of action that way because that's going to sort of retreat it. We want to push it forward. So that's going to sort of extend back more up like this. That's sort of the hips and lower body. We got the raised leg. That. Torso coming down like that. Yeah, just more artistic liberty than anything. I like the sort of level shot. The forearm can slightly break it, but like the lower part of the forearm will be level. Got the hand right there. Okay, how's that feel to you guys? So yeah, now if we get rid of 5, much more fluid movement, I'd like to think. It's a little bit in the chest area I'm not super happy with, but we can keep resolving that. Actually, no, don't round that out, right? And then the hips are going to be more lateral, so the abs are going to be kind of twisting like that. I think that works. So keep leaning the body forward. that's alright. What do you guys think? Okay. Yeah, I know we went through a lot of different ideas. The wind-up one was definitely interesting. I felt like the more I tried to make sense of it, the more it just looked like a batter's pose, you know? It's just, it didn't feel right. Okay, so I do want to sort of billow the dress a little bit here so that we can see the other shoe and sort of provide some definition, right? We're gonna have, there's actually a really good sort of trick that I'm gonna pull from this piece, that it's like kicking the knee up, so the fabric is gonna sort of drape off of it. Also have diagonal line, the leg coupled with the horizontal. Yeah, so I definitely want to have this just to really sort of like establish the strength of the driving point. And then yeah, having that really strong like forward momentum. Okay. So yeah, this actually has an interesting opportunity to do a lot of like drapery practice. Not exactly intentional, but I'll take it. It's definitely too long of a dress for the knee to completely hike it up. So you gotta sort of figure out what it's doing instead. We might just have to lose the foot. It might just not chill up. And if that's what happens, that's what happens. Yeah, what they said. Yeah, I think it just doesn't make sense. As much as I want to have the foot for the extra definition, I think it just the fabric demands otherwise. And you know what? That's okay. Got some armor plating around the thighs. God, full armor is so much hotter than bikini armor bullshit. Someone made an excellent point that bikini armor is like survivorship bias, or it's like inverse survivorship bias. you'll see, we looked at all of the female knights who were coming back with injuries, and we put extra armor in those locations. All the areas that weren't getting injured, well, they're fine, so we didn't put any armor there. Okay. Gonna increase the size of the gauntlets a little bit, right? And we're gonna have some bouffage around the shoulders, or feed into the shape of the vest. So this is gonna be a little bit rounded out like this. Equip a giant triangle or pyramid. Certainly has merits. Until the part where you can't really move. Yeah, if there's one slight weakness I would argue with this outfit is that there's not a lot of breakup in the midriff. I feel like mobility would be somewhat limited, but maybe it's enough. Got our normal sort of triangular plating on the shoe, like that. Flip right there. I'm just gonna give a modest heel like so. I don't think it's very high heeled. Just enough for kicking, you know? You gotta have that good kicking heel. A lot of the reference that I pulled for this was Saber's outfit. Luckily, I did get the actual, not the most effective, feasible, nor rational. No. But it would definitely have some amount of shock value, I imagine. Sir, there appears to be a giant triangle lumbering towards us. What should we do? Yeah, I pulled a bunch of like Saber references for the pose and whatnot. And to double check the armor, just because, you know, there's more like instances of it in the round. But I did get an actual image of the model from one of her mods, so thankfully we're not going to be incorrectly like depicting any of the particular armor plates or anything. Similar overall composition, but very different in the details, which is cool. I'm not drawing this correctly. This is just kind of a over and out piece. Okay, so yeah, we've got the main armor piece, and then we've got sort of a secondary one that, like, comes low and then kind of hops over and angles its way back down. Like that. Don't move, boss. Knock him into shape. But sir, it's already a shape. Okay, that seems about right. And we've got belt, the girdle. Is it a girdle? What part it specifically is a girdle? Oh, this is too high, actually. Bring this farther down the leg. Maybe bearish? Bearish. Got the upper part of the belt, then we've got plate that comes down like this. Then that's going to meet up sort of in the middle. This actually needs to come farther over like so. And we've got sort of a hexagonal plate in the front. Sort of rupee shaped. I guess we can bring this a bit more forward like so. Yeah, breastplate's gonna come over like that. We've got sort of the black cloth over top, like so. Yeah, one thing we're gonna have to do in April is we're gonna have another Star Wars Day drawing. People really seem to enjoy, and I had a lot of fun with last year, so I definitely want to sort of continue in that direction. Like, I like Jedi and everything, but I love the spaceships. The spaceships are so much fun. Doing the big space battles. I'd probably stick to Imperial era though. I don't know, none of the like Clone Wars era stuff is as iconic to me, and all the stuff in the sequel trilogy just feels like a ripoff of the Imperial era. I'm having a hard time really thinking of anything like unique to the sequel period in terms of like look or visual interest. You know? It all just feels kind of derivative. What was there? So there were those speeders in episode 8. There was the First Order capital ship, which is basically a flying wing or not Death Star, Star Destroyer. The heavy AT-AT was kind of cool. Old Republic or KOTOR ships. Let's see. SWTF. SWTFU looks like you typoed shut the fuck up. Oh, Force Unleashed. I was like, what do they mean? So, I will say there are some cool designs in the Old Republic and yeah, let's just say Old Republic era, Knights of and the MMO. I'm sure if I drew some of those, like there would be people that would pop off and be like, "Oh shit, it's the thing." But beyond, oh god, what was it called? The main ship in Old Republic for Knights of the Old Republic. Yes, the Ebon Hawk. Like, the Ebon Hawk is a cool design. That's a good one. Beyond, like, that and Darth Malik's ship, again, I don't know that there's anything, like, particularly epic, or not epic, iconic. Right? All the little, like, fighters and whatnot are kind of throwaway. I don't know. To me, at least, they don't stand out as clearly as the classic designs. I'm definitely biased, but that is my opinion. Old Republic had the Corvettes that each player gets, and you get to do the little rail shooters, and it's your mode of transport between the planets. A lot of those were actually pretty cool. I actually liked the Jedi one. I know a lot of people kind of ragged on it. I thought it was pretty cool looking. I thought it was a nice sort of it I understood where it sort of sat in the timeline of ships of its class, and I was like, oh no, that's good. Graves rules, doesn't she? She's so much fun. She's a lot like her basic like gun kit is a lot like Moira in Overwatch. Just without the healing. It's just all pain. And then you get Tesla bullets and you just evaporate waves of creeps. And then the skulls are really good harassment. Though I didn't realize, like, it took me until I started playing Graves against actual people to realize that the skulls can be killed. Like, the skulls have health bars and they can be shot. And I'm like, oh shit. So you can't just kind of throw them willy-nilly. You gotta plan it. Did you secure the relic? Yes, my lord. The chin of Malak. This we shall be unstoppable. The other day, I was watching someone did a recreation of the Anakin Obi-Wan fight from episode 3, but they recreated it in the style of the animated series. which I thought was very interesting. I think it was actually there were two things about the animated version that I actually liked more than the live action version. Um, so one, I think if only because they had a little bit less, budget to flesh out the scenes compared to the live action one. They cut a lot of like sort of filler elements from the backgrounds. And so like the environments or the shots were much more focused on the characters, and I felt like it kind of removed a lot of clutter in an appealing way. And two, I never picked up on this, but it was surprising how impactful it was. In Revenge of the Sith, the two of them are on a lava planet fighting with blue lightsabers, but no blue light is cast on them at any time. Like the lightsaber props that they are using don't emit any light. And so it's just all red. And it was very weird because in the animated version, they could have an actual light source coming out of the lightsaber. And so you had this really like strong presence of the characters being lit by the blue lights against the red background of Mustafar. And I'm like, oh shit, that's really effective. And the movie just couldn't really do that. And I was like, damn. Well, point goes to the animated. I'll link it later. It was a very cool recreation. And for the most part, they kept it, very one-to-one with what the movie did. There were just a couple of minor changes. I felt like that fight scene went for too long. It got kind of ridiculous. There's the recreation in micro series style of Speed. Okay, so go up about there. So ponytail's gonna be about yay long. I wish I liked the Old Republic. Sith is losing track of Sith. Sith is Mach 5 now. And knees are gone. Never mind, never mind. Abort. It's fine. Speaking of which... I tried The Old Republic. I tried to like it. Some of the writing was interesting, at least as far as I got. The thing for me is a lot of times when I am playing an MMO, I like to use it as a sandbox for storytelling. Right? Even something like Final Fantasy XIV, which has a very compelling story that I quite enjoy, I like to sort of, add my own flavor in my head and contextualize stuff in certain ways and sort of write my own story within the story. And Old Republic just felt like I was getting railroaded constantly. I never got to do anything outside of the narrative that they were writing, and that was very frustrating to me. Let's see. So I played. My main character was a Jedi consular. The wizard one, the caster one. I tried the trooper. The trooper, like the chapter 1 of the trooper, was the most compelling to me. I thought that was really interesting. And that was like the only one that I was actually interested to see where it went. I did play a Sith warrior, but I couldn't even tell you what happened. It was just a bunch of Sith shenanigans. It was almost, it was not interesting to me. I think those were the 3 that I ended up playing. I can't remember if I tried making a Jedi Knight or not. I think I did. I must have. Somewhere in there. Romancing Wall Trooper. Angry. Angry. But interested. Kinda into it. Okay. And then, let me double check Discord because I'm pretty sure everyone is just giving her Saber's sword. Right? Yeah. In as much as anybody's... I think there's only actually one instance with the sword, so we'll just go with that. But we will change the colors on it. There we go. Alright, that. Angry, but happy, and angry. Yeah, I never got to Eternal Throne. I I never got to endgame. I think I got to like level 40 or so, and I quit the game. I don't know. Like I tried to like it, but the gameplay was like a copy paste of WoW. You know, the writing frustrated me because I never felt like I was getting to do anything outside of what the story wanted me to do. And the I don't know, like the things that would have kept me engaged, I felt like I was prohibited from. And the stuff that was there was not engaging. It was it was actively frustrating to go through planets and just grind quests. It's like I want to be invested in this and I'm just not. I am actively frustrated by being on this planet and I just want to leave. Yeah, I wanted to like it. I really did. I gave it a very honest try. It just didn't work for me. Let's put a little gap in here, right? So the index finger can sort of come out a bit more. The others will be more in a crab grip. It's okay. I have honestly I've not played that many MMOs compared to like true MMO junkies, but I tend to hop from game to game. I went Final Fantasy 11 to WoW to briefly tried Ion, hated that. Ion sucked. I know there's one person that would be very offended hearing me say that, but it doesn't change the truth. Tatooine and Bill Savas are probably the worst. Tatooine has a holocron to collect. Needs to wait for hours for a hot air balloon. Why would you do that? Why would you make that a thing in your game? That's awful. Yeah, I think the what was the planet in Knights of the Old Republic, the Ecumenopolis that got destroyed? You can fall on the way up, and I'm guessing if you fall, you have to start the whole thing over again. Is that right? Terrace, yes. I think Terrace. No, it wasn't Terrace. Because I got through Terrace and I hated it. And then I went to the hut, not the hut planet, but the city planet that's run by the huts. And I think I was there for like an hour and I was like, I'm not doing this again. I'm not going through another one of these fuck-ass planets, and I quit. Yeah, never got to Tatooine. Never got to the end game. Also, I'm just gonna say, as a Star Wars fan, if we never go back to Tatooine, I'd be completely fine with that. I think the backwater, middle of nowhere planet has gotten more than enough screen time. Thank you very much. Yes, exactly. The casino planet, not Canto Bight. The one that looks like a shitty, shady casino. Not the resort casino. Here we go. A ball of sand in the middle of backwards space of floating rock got way more attention. Exactly. Like, I think it's, it makes sense for like the one movie of, oh, this ended up by sheer happenstance being really important. For it to just come back into relevancy over, over, and over again is like, no. And if that were the case, how come it's like it I don't know, like if it's such a big deal, why is it like still so shitty in its development level? You know? Shouldn't somebody have like tried to make a move on it? No hidden treasures, no Jedi, Sith, Force temple, nothing. Just illegal activities. Yeah, 100%. Basically New Vegas of Star Wars. I mean, shit, they're not wrong. Top 3 favorite Star Wars planets. That's an interesting one. Okay, so Coruscant is definitely on the list. Oh, if we're talking book a vacation, I think Coruscant is off the list. Okay, so if we're talking vacation destinations, that water planet from Bad Batch, that's probably top of the list. That place looks like paradise. Um, well, so there's kind of two different metrics, right? Like Coruscant is one of my favorite planets because it is such an interesting sandbox for stuff to happen. Right? There's all the stuff on the surface, there's all the stuff in like the levels, there's all the like the almost literal hellscape that is the lower reaches of the Ecumenopolis. Right? Like I was watching a video a while back, started talking about like what does level 1 of Coruscant potentially look like? It's like, yeah, it's an uninhabitable hellscape, populated by mutant golems and monsters. Because the only thing that is down there is toxic fumes and gas and garbage. It is a level of automated infrastructure that no sentient creature has seen in generations. I think apparently in Jedi Survivor, there's a section on Coruscant. I haven't played the game, but somebody says the elevators stop at level 5. That is the lowest into the city that you can go. Levels 4 to 1 are completely like impossible to reach. It's like, okay, this place rules. This is super fascinating. So one of the issues, or one of the things that I'm sort of trying to like consider, Bespin would be really good for a vacation destination. That would be a lot of fun. And maybe Endor. Endor could be really nice to visit. You just got to be careful about, not getting eaten. Yeah, so it'd probably be the Waterworld from Bad Batch, Bespin, and Endor would be my vacation locales. For like favorite planets though, Coruscant definitely has to be up there. I think a lot of it does come down to like, and one of the things that I think does give Tatooine a leg up over other planets in Star Wars is that we have visited it so many times. It's actually been quite well fleshed out, you know? Like most planets in Star Wars, we visit them for a little while and we'll go to one location on that planet and then we leave and we never come back. So you kind of get this very narrow lens of what the planet looks like, and then you're just kind of like, yeah, just assume that the rest of the planet is like that. Yeah, Alderaan, I mean, it would have been nice to visit. Unfortunate. Um, so I don't know. I guess the planets that generally like are my favorites are the ones that have a lot of storytelling in them. I just sort of by that token, Yavin would be pretty cool. Yavin has a lot of history to it, which I dig. I just love the idea of the rebellion, like finding Yavin and deciding to establish a base here. It's like, this ziggurat might be haunted by the ghost of a Sith Lord. So yeah, it's a bit of a fixer out there. Like 3 scenes of Alderaan, and that's New Hope. I mean, we get to see the planet in A New Hope. We get to see it from like the moon's distance. We don't get to actually see Alderaan anywhere. We get to see it in Star Wars: The Old Republic to some degree, limited degree. We get to see it in the Kenobi show. We get a backdrop view in Revenge of the Sith when Bail Organa takes Leia home. And I think that's about it. Naboo might not be. Naboo's good. Naboo is a good vacation planet. Absolutely. Would absolutely visit there. I would almost. Naboo is an interesting planet because it starts to solve that problem of we don't get to see enough of the planet for it to be really interesting, right? Like we see a few different locales, we see different people and how they live their lives and interact and all that. So it's like, okay, we're going in the right direction here, but it's still like not quite enough. And admittedly, that is the sort of thing that like you would need to revisit the planet multiple times in multiple movies, or have it be like the point of focus for a TV show to really solve that problem. So I suppose in some ways I'm being a little bit unfair. Like, I want to see more of these planets, but don't keep visiting the same planet. Yeah, every planet in Star Wars has something that's gonna try and eat you. You just gotta deal with it. They say the Force moves in mysterious ways. Sometimes the Force moves in very straightforward ways. It's just trying to eat you. Was it ever explained how any of the race of Geonosians were the ones who actually designed Death Star? No. No, I don't think it was. I don't think anyone ever tried to explain that one. I can look it up. Hmm. Geonosians were the ones responsible for creating the plans for the Death Star. Geonosians led by Archduke Pongal the Lesser. During the first battle, he gave the plans to Dooku, who decided to ferry them to his master to keep them safe. Nope. Nope. Wikipedia is just like, yeah, they did. They just did it. with their bug brains, they just did it. It's that bug brain. It lets them like figure out how to make hives and shit. Don't worry about it. It definitely wasn't because George Lucas just wanted to have a like, did you see it moment where everyone like points at the screen and goes, oh, 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 it's the thing. It's the thing from the movies that were actually good. And I really wish we were watching instead of this one. No, Palpatine surviving is still a bigger plot hole. That motherfucker exploded. He fell into a reactor and turned into plasma. He dead as fuck. Look, the Geonosians design in the Death Star is definitely a weird thing. I don't know, and at this point it doesn't really even like make sense. It was like, okay, so if you have the plans for the Death Star and you knew what you had to do, why did it take like another 20 years of research to get the super laser to work? I'm 50 billion years old. Don't know who that is. It's an actual rule, but I almost want to make it a bannable offense to bring up the, what are they called? The stupid empire from the expanded universe. The extra galactic people. Yuzon Vaughn. One of the first planets that gets Yuzon Geonosis. That, I believe it is canon that they like tested it on a number of planets, and Geonosis might have been one of them. It does not the Death Star, but the Geonosis does actually show up in Rebels, so they do kind of close that loop there. Go. I think we're actually gonna leave it, maybe even shrink it down just a. They sterilize the planet. Okay, gotcha. Emperor from Old Republic and Knights of the Eternal Throne. Okay, that guy. It was the same Emperor from Revan's days. Knights kills the Emperor. He did a weird reincarnation doohickey, became an Emperor of a super advanced planet, and and you're just like, you know what? You know what? It's fine. You don't need to worry about the rest. It's How come there are no force phylacteries? Why are there no force liches? I think the part of that whole thing that you're explaining, going to close the Geonosis tab if present, the less it makes sense. You know what? That's fair. Just remember, Mage, the only good bug is a dead bug. And the Neck Emperor has been doing this for thousands of years. Eventually he gets clapped by his own kids. And every Jedi and Sith going, just die. Own dad comes back from the dead, is like, boy. See, I feel like there's a version of that that isn't stupid. I feel like there is a way that you can tell that story that actually is like interesting and sort of ties into other things in a compelling way. I don't know how well did they actually like deliver the idea in the game. Was it interesting or was it dumb? No, you're fine. Because what it reminds me of was this admittedly weird section in the Clone Wars where our plucky heroes meet these three beings that are like incarnations of the Force. So there's the father, who's like the Force incarnate, and then the son is the dark side, and the daughter is the light side. And they go through a bunch of stuff, but essentially it's sort of, you know, foreshadowing the collapse of balance in the Force. So I feel like Star Wars has a bad habit of making these diabolical villains die in comedically nonsensical ways. Kind of? I don't know. I think a lot of times they kind of like want to make them, you know, get their comeuppance. But then, yeah, the comeuppance is a little bit weird and silly. And then you have characters like Boba Fett that even Lucas was like, hands up caught, didn't know he was going to be that popular, my bad. Sorry folks. Yeah, just like, shit, we made this guy too cool. Even Palpatine, like, just dies because he'd never learned his lesson about the Force lightning. Dialogue is clunky. Every expansion that exists just watching a collection of cutscenes. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great. Fair enough. Grab something. Let's see. I think. Which one do I want here? No, not that. Yeah. Yeah, I get that feeling. I totally get what you're saying, though, that you're just kind of like, I want to see it, even though I kind of don't. If no Jedi can reflect lightning, make them insulate. Just make your robes out of rubber. It's fine. Maybe that's what was going on with the like ribbing in Kylo Ren's tunic. He actually had lightning insulation built in. I think this is working. I think this is coming together in a cool way. Kylo Ren was speaking to the helmet of Vader. It's like, teach me the ways of the darkness. My grandson, put insulation in your clothing. Trust me. The sidearm in Old Republic Bounty Hunter has a literal shotgun. Just a normal shotgun. Well, if everything is built to withstand energy blasters, ballistic weaponry is gonna kinda go insane. It makes sense. Deadlock has controller support, but it's obvious the part is still being worked on. Yeah, that's fair. Hopefully they can get it fixed up soon. Oh, speaking of, Mage, during GDQ, we were looking at that, like, hand controller system. I forget what it was called. It was like the Golem or something. Did you ever end up looking into that more? Was that helpful for you? Was just kind of nah? Ballistic weaponry is the best way. So I've never really been 100% clear on like how Force users are able to like understand the trajectory of blaster fire and deflect it. Because I don't think it's a reflex thing. I think it's like reading the intention and aim of the shooter and sort of preempting it. But if you fire buckshot, like, read this. It's like, you can't know where I'm gonna shoot, because I don't know where I'm gonna shoot. Go ahead and get rid of this. You don't need it anymore. I'm not gonna worry too much about like the construction detail of the outfit. Mostly just sort of trying to get the like general shapes correct, and then we can sort of fill the rest of it in painting. P47 on first beeps. Annoyingly wiggly things. Buckshot and grenade the heck out of that meat bag. It is wild and rando as possible. You see, Master, the greatest weakness when fighting a Force user is your own mind. If you simply don't use your brain, they will have no way to anticipate your action. Looked into them a little bit, but not a lot at the time because it is expensive. It is very expensive for a peripheral. It's true. When fighting a Force user, your best plan for success is more DACA. If at any point you ever feel that you might not be using enough DACA, I would suggest more DACA. Repeat until the Force user is no longer breathing. And then, because that does not always appear to be enough, continue with the DACA. Not always a 100% success rate, sadly. Exactly what Mega Chin Malik tried on Terrace. That is true. Malik brought all the DACA. He brought a planet's worth of DACA. And it didn't work. Which is admittedly complete bullshit. I do love in the original movie, they arrive at the former location of Alderaan in the Millennium Falcon. And, they come out of hyperspace and there's just a bunch of debris floating around. And, Han says to Luke, like, the planet is gone. It's not here. And, Luke says, how's that possible? And Obi-Wan says it was destroyed by the Empire. And Han replies, that's not possible. It would take more firepower than the entire Imperial Navy. And somewhere the ghost of Darth Malik is just like, bitches. Yes, the Force, like power levels, are bullshit. It's all bullshit. Or one very hungry boy. Yeah, Nihilist is just like skill issue. Darth Kerbo. Now that is truly a force beyond the comprehension of the galaxy. Nothing will save us from that. Look at the Medieval Knight zombie game. Medieval Knight zombie game. I don't think I know about that one. Let's straighten this out a little bit. Sort of try and preserve a bit of that line of action and simplify the shape a bit. Blight survival. Interesting. Oh, I think I see what I was trying to do here. We need there's secondary layering like this. Okay, and then yeah, you need this to happen. This is a game in 22 and still not really. Damn. To be fair, it's hard. As you guys have seen, it's hard. Can I cheat and add the foot down here? I kind of want to cheat and add the foot down here. Just because I feel like it adds that little extra bit of legibility to the pose. You see what I mean? Like, just having that, I feel like it just does a little bit to define the action and the movement compared to just having like a triangle. And like, you understand that the other leg is somewhere in there, it just, I don't know, to me it doesn't read as clearly. Medieval online co-op survivor horror third person Souls-like. That's a fucking mouthful. Well, hopefully they get to it. Also, it kind of just sounds like a mashed potato bowl of all of the tags to get indie enthusiasts like the hardest on they can possibly get. It wouldn't surprise me if by the time they release it they update it to include like friend swap. Hey, no need to apologize, Tisha. I appreciate you hanging out. I'm glad you like how the work is going. Always a pleasure. I hope you have a really good midweek. We'll see you next time. I'm gonna say goodnight. Alright, I think that's working. I think that's looking good. So, anything... Honestly, like, there's definitely some shapes and whatnot that aren't 100%, but I think they're good enough that we can start filling things in, and we can just sort of correct as we go, right? I don't think it's at a place where we need to like obsess over every little detail. I'm just cleaning up a few things so that when we block the color in it doesn't make a mess of it. But the one thing we have not done yet is flip it. You know what I forgot? I forgot her big dumb dog tail. She gotta have the big dumb dog tail. You know, to date, I have never played a FromSoft Souls game. I've played a couple of Souls likes. I've played Jedi Fallen Order. I played Kana. I think I played a couple other games that were Souls adjacent or Souls likes. But I've never played like a modern FromSoft game. Weird Interactive was published Dead by Daylight. Huh, interesting. Developer is Henier Studios, who's partnered with Behavior. This is their flagship title. Interesting. Maybe they're just like, look, we're getting that Dead by Daylight money. You guys take your time. Make it cook. Yeah, so I think it'd be just a fun little detail to put some armor plating on the tail. Sort of reflect what the hips are doing. Little protection around the base there. And then I just want to size it up a little bit. There we go. Good. Alright. I like it. I like it. I think the pose worked out. I know we went through a bunch of them. We tried a bunch of different things, but I like where this landed. Are you happy until wagging like a dog? Is it clank, 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 clank? Who's a good knight? Who's a good knight? Yes, it's you. You know what? I'm actually gonna get rid of this part. Because we're gonna have to redo all of this embroidery on the edges anyway. I want to try one thing. I want to check one thing. Which is, where are my actions? There you are. Oh, I fucked up. It's not perfectly level. Fuck. What did you do? Good. To be fair, wouldn't be. No. But artistically, it looks cool. Let's get some colors blocked in here, shall we? Also, we're gonna set some mood. Oh, yeah, me too. I do too. It's just one of those things of like, there's so many games that I want to get back to or try for the first time. It's like, I don't know, man. Deadlock is probably going to end up taking way too much brain time. Just to like figure out how to play the game and everything. Hmm. Yeah, see, I can push this a bit farther forward, but then it kind of goes like that. Yeah, that's probably fine. So, I don't know. Like, I definitely want to, and not to like humble brag or anything, but I definitely had some performance hiccups with um with Wilds, but I never had like the problems that a lot of people were running into. I know some people were saying like they just couldn't play the game. It just wouldn't work. So I realized that I got more lucky than anything. But let's go ahead and block in the hair first. Also, the game's coming out now that they're approaching spring release windows. Fuck. You're right. I already have a list of all the games that I want to play on stream this year. It's like 5 or 6, and with how long Horizon and Hades alone are gonna take, it's like, are we even gonna get to anything else? I don't know that we are. Oh, but there's gonna be some real good shit that's gonna come out and we'll be like, I wanna play that too. What is coming out in like the next, I don't know, let's say before June, so the next few months? I know there's stuff, I just can't think of it off the top of my head. Hmm. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I did see so added to the stream list, Memories in Orbit. You guys remember we played the demo for that like Metroidvania game? Where you're like a little robot on a colony ship figuring out what happened. That came out. So I mean we gotta play that, right? So that's on the list. Honestly, there was stuff that's like, I want to play this with you guys, and has just like kept getting demoted for no reason other than other things come out that I want to play. It's entirely unfair, but it do be like that. There we go. I think that's all the red. There is some on the collar as well. Probably not gonna bother block it in here just because I haven't like rendered out the collar very clearly anyway. Start blocking the glove like so. This wasn't intentional on my part. The way the line work kind of worked out makes it look like there's a string or a loop that's helping to hold the gauntlet in place. I don't think that's there, but I kind of like it. Okay, and then I think we'll just lift the same colors for the sword rather than change the color to match Excalibur or anything. Diggy diggy diggy. Diggy diggy. Diggy 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 diggy. Good. Gotta knock a little bit out of the hair over here, right? Okay. Double check Excalibur. Okay, so. Okay, I think that makes sense. We're gonna do red? No, let's do black for the grip. Up to about here. Then we'll have metal for the crossguard and the end of the grip. I'll put some red accents in there as well. Yeah. All this can just be metal. Yeah, that'll do. I'll block that in as we go. Alright. And I'll add in her actual skin tone in a little bit. She is not purple. It's just easier to, you know, block it out. See, we're gonna grab some orange and some yellow. Exactly, you gotta clown color it. Spot them mistakes. Alright, and then we need some purple. Okay, that'll do. Party mage. Appreciate you hanging out. You had a good time. Hope Deadlock went well for you. I hope you get some very good rest and have a very good rest of your week. Everyone say good night. There we go. It was actually very close to her skin tone. Yeah, see, there we go. Oh, I almost forgot something. Not gonna be too exacting with the filigree or anything. I'll make sure that we get it in here and remember to do it, seeing as I nearly forgot to do it. Good. Alright, I think that works. I'm missing any details. There's a lot of details. Well, honestly, there's not a ton. And I have a lot of respect for that. I am always a fan of less is more. If only because it means there's less that I have to draw. But I think it is a very clean, very elegant design. So I think we are going to lean a little bit into chiaroscuro for this one. A little bit of claroscuro. So we'll push the shadows a little bit harder, I think, than some of the drawings that we've been doing recently. I mean, I think that's a bit too much there. But here, let's drop that to like 70% and then we'll introduce a second one. Overlay. Maybe give this a nice red tone. Yeah, so that's too much shadow, but it'll be fine. Yeah, that just like completely burns the black layers. We'll knock it back a little bit, but I think it does. It'll give us a good like base to work with. We want that nice dramatic lighting, you know? There we go. We are going to need to go in and do the subsurface as well. Oop, I forgot the ribbon. Go back and grab that really quickly. I was looking at this like, what is the shape that I blocked in here? There we go. There we go. There we go. Good. Okay, I want to try like an overlay as well. Yeah, it's kind of a nice blend. Preserves the color a little bit better. Except I realize I missed a whole fucking section. So hang on, let me try again. Wrong layer. Why does it look like that? It's because I fucked up. It's because I fucked up. Good. A little bit of that maneuver. This is. Good. Yeah, I think that's working pretty well. So then we're gonna do one of these fellas. A little bit there, across here. And then you that. Okay. And then we're going to take this and we're going to make a cool version. The backlighting. I think it's a little hot right now. We can drop the opacity, balance it a bit better. That's too saturated. 50%? Too much. Well, just a hint of cool. There we go. That's the one. That's the maneuver. Sorry, I keep hitting my mic in its current spot. I need to find somewhere better for it. It's like in the range that I move my hand when I'm drawing. It's no good. All right. And then one more move, which is not something I usually do, but I'm going to see what it feels like. I'm gonna build, I guess we're kind of building some of that post-processing into the color block out, right? So I get that emphasis of the lighting. It is at the base of my monitor, but it's pretty small. Yeah, I have too much stuff. The way that I have things laid out, there's nowhere for it to sit in that section. I had a spot over that was more out of the way, but it was kind of behind one monitor, so I felt like it wasn't getting as clear of a read as it might have otherwise, you know? So tried moving it around, and I think it is better for audibility, but I keep punching it. I don't really want to get a mic arm just because I feel like that would be really cumbersome on top of the monitor. No, there's no way to put it. Like I have a mic that's on a little tripod. I can't like clip it on top of the monitor. The legs would hang. Duct tape. Oh. You know what? Yeah, of course, it's just a joke. Unless okay. Out of everything in here, I actually want to go in and work on this first. The ground's doing okay, but I think we can make it much more interesting than just a basic gradient circle. Start to get some interesting storytelling in here. I think, you know, even just like blocking out her silhouette is gonna go a long way. Or not her silhouette, her shadow. And then rather than just having like a circle, you can actually start to render in some ground detail, have some areas of light and shadow poking through. Give some texture. Now, interesting little accident here is that her dress is a very similar value to the background. So we're gonna need to play around with that to get that to differentiate clearly. That's what we in the business like to call an oopsie toodles. Let's keep sort of playing with this for a bit. I think we'll start painting in the character next time, so that'll be Saturday. But I'm happy with the progress that we made so far. I think it's sitting in a really nice spot. This is not what I wanted. There you are. Stick to these. Yeah, stick to this for now. There we go. Yeah, that feels pretty good. You know what? I'm gonna bounce the tip down just a hair. I think looking at it in totality, it does feel just a little bit too level artificially. So I've changed my mind. I was trying to decide if I wanted to do like energy ribbons, magic aura shit in this. I kind of prefer the simplicity of it. I kind of prefer just letting it be more quiet. There's something, I don't know, it's like more powerful for not going over the top in that way? Okay. Um, I definitely want to play more with the ground, but I like a lot the way that it is going. Grab a little bit of this. We're gonna do one of. What is this? I think I know what it is, but we're gonna do a little bit of these. So I continue to build the ground out a little bit more, and we can also start cutting some of the places in where the gradient is still showing up. People actually leave the pillars out. I don't think they add anything to the composition, really. And just kind of they add definition to the background that doesn't help anything. I think this piece is really turning into an exercise of balance. Because there's stuff we could do, right? Like, we could put a lot more effort into sort of defining the space, adding stuff into the background, you know, contextualizing it, but I really don't think any of those things help, you know? It just becomes like noise and sort of grounds the fantasy in a way that we don't really want it to be. We want to just let it run wild. I think if anything, like even more than the specific techniques of the lighting, that might be sort of the element of the chiaroscuro that we borrow the most. Because if you look at a lot of those paintings, they provide enough background information to sort of allow the characters to exist within a space, but they tend not to put enough information to really like define the space, you know? It's sort of in that way that in like stage theater, they'll provide enough like props and such on the stage to contextualize, but a lot of times will not try and like completely define the space unless that's important. You know, you'll get stuff like Death of a Salesman where, you know, the place that they're living is really important. So that gets well defined, right? They'll build out the entirety of the abode. But then you get into like older stage theater and it's just like, if we don't interact with it, we just leave it up to the audience to imagine it. Because it really doesn't matter that much. And we would rather sort of leave that up to ambiguity and imagination. You know, the nice little thing that I totally meant to do by adding in the dust and everything, we solved that problem of her dress being the same value as the background. So, easy win for me. I'm gonna do one thing. So I think, so Valk has this scar along her jawline. So it goes from like along the jawline up a little bit past the mouth. I think it would be a cool little like thing to do, and I'm absolutely hijacking her lore, and I hope she will forgive me for that. To have that be a fresh wound here, like it just happened. This is where she got it. Because I was gonna do a thing like right here, you know, typical sort of cut across the cheek. And I was like, wait, she's already got a face injury. She's already got a mark. It's just, you know, this is an old one. What if we did something with that? Oh right, that's the lightning. Okay. Let's knock the shadows down a little bit more. I don't want it to get too dark, but I do want to have that sort of striking value, you know? What will become? There we go. Let me check something really quickly. Okay, cool. Let's see. Go back here. Where? There you are. There we go. Just put a little. Oh, damn, we're over time. I was like, you know, we got like 5 more minutes. No, we don't. Alright, just finish out this song and then we'll call it. Time flies. Who gave Time Red Bull? It's true. There we go. There we go, 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 there we go. Alright. We shall pick that up next time. But, really good start. I think this is a really good initiation. I'm already really happy with like the lighting and the composition. I think that's very strong. So yeah, I'm looking forward to kicking this off more next time. So Thursday, I do want to get back into game dev stuff. I think the animation stuff has been it's still problematic. So this is a little bit of a neurotic thing on my end. I never like feeling like I'm doing the same thing multiple times in a row. I like having variety. I like trying different stuff. I like exploring different feels with each drawing, you know? So I'm glad it feels different, especially with some of the posing that we were playing with. It felt like it was getting into similar territory, you know, the run, the hyperextended leg and everything, the strong line of action forward. So I'm glad it does feel different. I was definitely a little bit worried about that. So yeah, the animation stuff in Unreal is still giving me trouble. I've not really had a chance to go in and mess with that any more than last time. So we're not really in a better position to work on that than we were before. I might see if I can get some time to mess with it more tomorrow, but my plan for Thursday is that we're sort of going to, not quite storyboard, but we'll go ahead and call it storyboard some of the animations that we want to do once we get the animation system working properly. You know, sort of the same way that we were messing with a bunch of poses, trying to find the right feel tonight, sort of go for a similar thing of like, okay, well, when Jordan throws the book, what should that look like, right? What is an animation that's gonna like take a reasonable amount of time so the player doesn't feel like they're stuck waiting for her to actually do the thing that they wanted her to do, but still gives the right like sense of weight to the throw, stuff like that. So that's kind of what I'm thinking we'll do for Thursday. So, you know, maybe we'll work on that for a little bit, and if we get to like a good stopping point, we'll jump back onto this. We'll see. We'll see what we feel like. But yeah, I hope this has been fun. I appreciate your guys' input and thoughts and considerations, especially on the pose stuff. It was interesting sort of exploring it with you guys and trying things out and seeing where we landed. So, I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say goodbye to the VOD squad. See y'all next time, and we're gonna find somebody to raid. Bye, YouTube! Alright, who's on tonight? Plenty of folks. Let's see, Eve is still playing Cult of the Lamb. At least the timer is consistently under 200 hours now. That's good. That's good. Aiko's playing Beat Saber. Oh, Faye's still going. Belle is working on some artwork herself. Sarah is playing Stars. Oh, Ghost. You know what? We generated into Frostbite earlier. So I was hanging out in her stream for a little bit before I came over to start here. How you feel about going to say hi to Frostbite? She's another Fox VTuber, but we can introduce ourselves to somebody new. Sound good? All right. What should we do for our raid message tonight? Oh, you know what? Let's do a happy Lunar New Year. That technically still is for us. on the best coast. Alright, let's go ahead and get that red bus rolling. There you are. Here she is. Alright, go ahead and get that started. So yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out today. Thank you for the chatter, for the thoughts. I hope everyone had a good day. I appreciate y'all being here. I hope everyone has a really good Wednesday. I hope it is calm. Dare I even say fun? That would be nice. And I'll see y'all on Thursday for more stream shenanigans and such. I wonder if YouTube's shitting the bed again. Anyway. Yeah, we talked about the plan, what we're gonna do there. But, yeah, I think that's about all I got. So, thank you everybody. I'll see you then. But, until then, as always, remember to be kind to others and to be kind to yourselves. You guys are doing a great job, and I'm really proud of you. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Chooms. See y'all then. I'll see y'all on Discord. Have a good night. Be good. Bye.